This is Mario. Beloved, we like to start at the beginning. It's always a good place. So let me dig down deep and give my sincere gratitude for another Tuesday afternoon of information and enlightenment, naturally and deliciously flavored by Armstrong ice cream. And yes, beloved, got to tell you, as of Saturday, that was the 11th, Saturday past the 11th, a few days behind, but Armstrong ice cream bust the doors open and was doing a thing naturally and deliciously flavored. And yes, beloved, Armstrong ice cream is back better than ever. So get your stress relief because, as I've been telling you, since I first amplified my voice on this program for the year 2026, been saying it, beloved, I continue to feel the need to allot my beloved audience. No alarm, but I'm notifying you, allotting you that this year, 2026, is going to be one for the record books. And it has not dissuaded me in any way. And we're only in the first month of the second quarter of the year. So a whole lot yet to come, beloved. Here we is. But let me deal with some housekeeping before my general have to give me that look that he just give me when I'm stepping out of line or acting my age and forgetting this or forgetting that. So let me first congratulate that lady and call me general. Beautiful Aisha had another spectacularly emotional march and rally this past Sunday. For our loved ones are alive in our hearts. And nobody could organize that like beautiful Aisha. Because, beloved, she is doing it out of her natural passion to organize and just, beloved, she just lay herself out there and produce whether it is a talent show for some young people, a big march and rally against the violence amongst each other. Nobody quite as capable as that woman that had a Scarlet General. Beautiful Aisha, if you're listening, take a big crucial hug up And a sincere congratulations to you because you have now done it successfully. Let me repeat that. You have now done it successfully for 12 consecutive years. And yet, beloved, with all the grief that was exposed in Bodo Park Sunday, beloved, I look, there was not one, yes, there was not one of our elected representatives there to share in our grief, to pay tribute as beautiful Aisha organized us under the banner of our loved ones are alive in our hearts. Not the governor, not the lieutenant governor, not the delegate to Congress, and not a single one of our 15 elected senators to the legislature. Not a one. Beloved, it's hard to conceive unless you have the consciousness to understand, to comprehend what chattel enslavement does to the humanity of human beings. That, beloved, so many of us would avoid it, would actually criticize it, find ways to put it aside, turn their back to it. They don't want no part of it. And they just fail to realize that they're doing precisely what our good for nothing misleaders want us all to do, so that we can appease the domination by our colonizers in Washington, D.C. Right? So, beloved, at least is beautiful Aisha, and she recognizes, like she will never forget, how she lost a son to gun violence. And for 12 consecutive years now, she has made us all confront that grief, while our highly paid, our highly compensated elected government just disown us, act like they don't know anything about it, don't want to hear about it, don't want no part of it. And so, beloved, we have successfully followed beautiful Aisha's lead and had us, well, a Sunday afternoon of grief, condolences, and hopefully unification that will last and act as a foundation for us to bring about the change we so desperately need in this unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States of America. So, yes, beloved, at 3:30, as we all expect, we will have our crucial history question for today, Tuesday, the 14th day of April. And I was instructed by beautiful Aisha, I will present you, my beautiful audience, with a crucial history question. And the correct answer will be complemented by beautiful Aisha with a full quart of Armstrong ice cream, your favorite flavor of Armstrong ice cream. So, yes, beloved, we remember to tell you from the opening of the program that, yes, the crucial history question will be coming at 3:30. Armstrong ice cream is back. And beloved, on the one hand, I'm disappointed. On the other hand, it's how things just happen. And it is unchanging. That's right. Without changing from the pattern of non-involvement, just simply not being involved. And I'm now referring to Senator Kenneth Gittins, better known to ourselves. Senator Kenny Gittins. Beloved, he is yet, you heard me, he is yet to sit down with the CEO of Armstrong Ice Cream, Mr. Cedric Armstrong, so that they can work out all the necessary points of friction, obstruction, or issues that might present themselves to prevent Armstrong Ice Cream from being packaged. This is what we are, well, so desperately hoping for, that Senator Kenny Gittins will find the time find the urgency to sit down with Miss Armstrong and well, between them work out what it will take to be able to find a packaging for Armstrong ice cream. Because, beloved, it's the vehicle that has presented itself to us that will allow us to achieve some inside out cultivation and well see for ourselves for all involved that beloved it is indeed possible to have Armstrong ice cream packaged so that it could be sold in well all the locations where we find ice cream sold and sacred. We want Armstrong ice cream to be packaged so that whether it's in a supermarket, a grocery, or the many gas stations, we want for Armstrong ice cream to be available where ice cream is available. And one would think that is something achievable, something that can happen, some inside out cultivation that will, will indeed demonstrate to one and all that yes, beloved, we can do it. We can do it for ourselves. And that's how we ask it. Let's make a start. And it starts with Senator Kenny Gittins, sitting down with CEO Cedric Armstrong, and discussing all the impediments that might be in the way and how we can, in fact, overcome them so that Armstrong ice cream could be available wherever ice cream is sold. And that's all it takes, beloved. The package. That's all it takes. So we are looking forward to that, beloved. That again, it is because Senator Gittins was the one who proposed a resolution to honor Armstrong ice cream, to honor the Armstrong family who has kept this iconic Korean business going for over a century, over 100 years. Well, this is what we want to do with the initiative that Senator Gittins was showing us all by his proposal to honor the Armstrong family, to honor the makers of Armstrong ice cream. Beloved, I say, and I think you all agree, because I have been asking you if anyone would come up with a reason or reasons for that matter why it would not be a good idea to have Action ice cream package. Well, because we have never heard any opposition to it, we have to conclude that we are on board. And yes, we are on board because, I mean, I did personally speak with Senator Gittins, feeling like we trying to convince him. No, he's all about, yeah, man, that's a good thing. You have some ice cream package. So that beloved, yes, he's a lawmaker. He's a district senator with 36th legislature. So like I feel like he ain't busy. We are aware of that. And that's why we're asking if you should ever run across him, just present him with a question. Have you spoken with Armstrong Ice Cream yet? Because this is what we need, beloved. We need to have Senator Gittins as a, yes, as an initiator, and hopefully to get us all on the same page, beginning with the CEO, Cedric Armstrong. So Mr. Armstrong and Senator Gittins getting together, and beloved, I am confident, overly confident, you will say if you want, that it can be done, it will be done. And so we just have to keep on pushing to get Armstrong ice cream packaged so it could be sold wherever ice cream is sold here at St. Croix. And with that, beloved, we say, hold straight. We will be right back, but don't leave out the stress relief. So lick your cream, because Armstrong ice cream, beloved, is just so good for your soul. All right. And yes, indeed, with all due respect, my apologies did not mean to have you hanging on like that, but there's a reason for it. Beloved, we take it serious that the year 2026 allows for us to participate in general election here in the Virgin Islands, specifically St. Croix. And we are committed to taking advantage of it. But we, I'm talking about this platform, and you are included, my beloved audience. And we have been fortunate in that one of the voices that we are familiar with uh, from our beloved audience has stepped forward to help us to forge the necessary language that will allow us to bring change to just one item: the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority that we know as WAPA. And beloved, the individual that we hope to lean on to navigate this path where we could actually uh, well, designate a candidate or candidates who characterize the initiative that we have been able to formulate over the weeks here. Uh, who want the child to be able to take part, beloved. And we have designated this voice as the one that will point us forward. Beloved, I have chosen to call him Trini because uh, it's not a word that you hear much, but then again, words and I are kind of familiar. I always finding myself reading something and trying to write something. Uh, and so I would call him Trini because he's been so trenchant. But come up against what has been, well, like a conch shell blowing loudly and say, Mario, you could call it Trini if you want, but we know him as the physicist and says, hey, you know, if all of that, you know, I would call him uh, Trini, a good physicist. How is that? Beloved, we want to make him the best physicist that we can have to help us, forge this path between now and November to help us to choose the candidates that can best bring change for us with WAPA. And this is the personality that I have chosen. But I think that our beloved audience, we could write it. His back looks broad compared to mine. So, you do not have to be a broad back to be broader than mine. You know that. So here he is. But beloved, no more time to waste. So it's a good afternoon and come together with me as we welcome the physicist to our platform and push him, forge him, beat him down if necessary to help us to find a way because enough is enough. We've had enough, and we have decided that the physicist is the vehicle we are going to ride. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Physicist, and welcome to this platform that you might as well consider to be yours.
Good afternoon, Mario, and thank you for having me here. um, I guess I should give a little bit of a background. So my name is Michael Henry. My father was a priest in the Anglican Church here. I guess from the late '60s, and he retired maybe like in the '90s. Um, he was originally from Antigua, but came to the Virgin Islands through a process. And it's almost like God wanted us to be here because there were a number of coincidences that ended up with us being here. And that many, after there's so many coincidences, it's not a coincidence anymore. It's a plan. He was originally from Antigua, went to or was a teacher and a police there, then went to seminary in the Anglican Church. He went to a seminary in Barbados. There was only two seminaries at that time, one in Barbados and one in Jamaica. And the one in Jamaica was not that great. So he went to the one in Barbados. The one in Barbados was run by monks, and they were trying to get him to be a monk. But he was already had my mother as his girlfriend, who was in England working to be a nurse, studying to be a nurse. And he was like, no, I'm not interested. But they continued to press. And so he left and went by a family in Barbados, making arrangements to return to Antigua. And that family carried him to the Bishop of Barbados, who was a Jamaican. And he told them, yeah, you need to leave because they're not going to stop. And then eventually they're going to find a way to throw you out and blame it on you. And so he told them, yeah, he would, and he also told them he wouldn't recommend him going to the seminary in Jamaica because he really wasn't up to par. So he was planning to go to England with to where my mother was, and so I almost became a Brit. So he went back to Antigua. Then he went to Tortola. And there was a Brit BVI connection before he went to seminary. He was like in charge of the church in Virgin Gorda for, I guess, until the time for the seminary to begin. And my aunt, one of my aunts went with him, and she stayed there. And she was there till she died, was owner of Fisher Cove over in Virgin Gorda, a hotel and restaurant she and her husband built and developed. And that, her wedding brought more of my family from Antigua to the Virgin Islands. One uncle, Carol Henry, he went there to help build their home. And another uncle, Aaron Henry, who came for the wedding. And when he was passing through St. Croix, and one of his somebody he knew from Antigua who worked with him, he was a mechanic, body man and mechanic. He met him at the airport, and he was like, oh, the person I'm working for is looking for a good, body man, and so when you're passing back through, I would like you to meet with him. And so he did that, and the guy hired him. He went back to Antigua, packed up, and came back. So my aunt's wedding brought two of my uncles to, and the whole thing began with my father deciding to become a priest. Yeah, so I said there's a lot of coincidences that, and it goes on, So my father, as I said, was thinking about going to England to for seminary. The diocese, Antiguan diocese, and at that time the Antiguan diocese included both the U.S. Virgin Islands and the British Virgin Islands. They were under the Bishop of Antigua, and so he told them, well, they didn't have money to send him, to England. Barbados was cheaper because the monks were pitching in part of it. And so it would take a little while to raise the money. So he went back to Tortola and ran into a priest there that he had knew from before he left. And that priest told him, oh, there's a seminary that just opened up in Puerto Rico. And so the next day he went to Puerto Rico, and they were like, yeah, you can, we'll give you a scholarship and stuff, because they were trying to get people from the rest of the Eastern Caribbean to come there. And there was only one other person there from St. Thomas, who turned out to end up being one of my godfathers. But so they were like, yeah, and it was the day before they were going to close registration. So if he had went the next day, he could not have gotten in. So again, another coincidence. So yeah, so he went to the seminary there. My sister was born there. I was conceived there, but wasn't born there. We came back to St. Thomas, where he was ordained a deacon. And at that time, they got their first bishop for the Virgin Islands. And that bishop came from Baltimore, Maryland. And so he sent my father there to learn about community involvement. And so his job while he was there was to go and visit the church members throughout the week. And so he wanted him to get that to come back. And he definitely got it. He came back, was at St. Paul's, one of the assistant ministers there for a while. And he did a lot. And that was his job there too. Then they sent him to open up a church in Science Army area, St. Peter's, where so we first started in the National Guard Armory, which is now the Girl Scout major at headquarters. But it was before that, it was the National Guard Armory. Then they moved, and then we moved in and started church. Then we built a church behind the Science Farm gas station where St. Peter's is now today. I am from. I would tell people, if anybody asks me, I say I'm from St. Croix, because that would give them their best, because that's where my memory kicked in. My memory kicked in Wim in St. Croix. We were there for a while, then we moved up east. We were in LaGrange before that, but I don't remember any of that. I was too young. But my memory kicked in Wim. And then we used to go back again. This thing was community ministry. So we used to go back, even when we moved up east, and he had his church at St. Peter's, he would still visit some of the elderly that were in Frederiksted that, didn't have a lot of people to look in on them. And so even though they may have somebody from St. Paul's, it still wouldn't have really been. So we used to go back to Frederiksted a lot to, there was about 4 families we would visit. And some of them you would know, what's his name? Mackay. I think it's Dickie. They used to call him Dickie Mackay, an architect. Jim Benison. Yes. And then, of course, I can't believe I'm not, the name is not coming to me. But Cedric's parents, Armstrong Ice Cream. We used to visit the Armstrongs. And in fact, they used to come to St. Peter's, they when they would drive up and come and be there. So so I tell people I'm from St. Croix because I've basically been everywhere growing up. So anyway, I went to St. Dunstan's from kindergarten through 9th grade, hence my lack of a strong accent, because most of the teachers were fresh off the boat from the States. So I had a stronger accent, but they were not understanding me. So my accent weakened. But then after 9th grade, my father was teaching at Central. I had some friends that had went there after 8th grade from St. Dunstan's to Central. And I was hearing more about it. And I realized I can do things there that I couldn't at academically at St. Dunstan's. St. Dunstan's, you had to take religion and art and music pretty much every year. By 9th grade, I knew I wasn't going to be a musician. I didn't have the talent for that. Knew I wasn't going to be an artist. Didn't have the talent for that. I could take 50 more classes and be in the same boat. So I decided I asked my father to move to Central High and lay out my case, and he said, sure, fine. And so 10th and 11th, I went to Central. And I was able to do things like, for example, was able to take chemistry and physics in the same year,
Yeah.
which I would not have been able to do at St. Dunstan's. And so by the time I was finished with 11th grade, I pretty much had all my requirements. The only class I really needed to take in my 12th grade was pre-cal and trig. You took half, one year, half pre-cal, the other trig, and then English. So I was getting a little antsy, and so I applied for early admissions, and I was like, okay, I'm going to see at the college my sister was going to, and I was like, okay, if I get it, I get it. If I don't, I don't. And I got in, and so I went early admissions for my 12th grade. When I left St. Croix, I was planning to do computer engineering. I had already changed my mind about what I wanted to do 3 times in the 10th grade. Initially, I was planning to become a priest like my father. Then I thought about it, and I was like, well, if I do, so I was always planning to go to college to major in something, even before I went to seminary.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, well, if I major in something or did something else, I could do a different type of priesthood. I could do a different type of ministry that I can, get people. I became interested in STEMs, in science and engineering. And so I thought I could actually help people in another way. This was when computers was beginning to take off. And I said I initially started programming then, but I was like, I'm more interested in the hardware. So I decided to do computer engineering. And that's what I was leaving to do. But actually, even before that, so I said 3 times in the 10th grade. First from a priest, then to a lawyer. And apparently there's a connection between the two. A lot of people consider both. I've run into lawyers that are like, yeah, I was thinking about being a minister. And then I decided to do law. And like my father, a policeman, and then decided to go into the ministry. So there is some connection between it. So anyway, I went from that priest to a lawyer to computer engineering. And the school I went to, and I did this at kind of the last minute. I didn't look at any other schools besides my, because this was, in 11th grade. I wasn't even considering anything else. The school I went to didn't have an engineering program, but what they had was a program with the school across town, the University of Cincinnati. You did 3 years in the physics department, 3 years in a graduate program at the University of Cincinnati, and you would come out with a bachelor's in applied physics from my undergrad, Xavier University in Cincinnati. Not to be confused with Xavier University of Louisiana, but nobody that's the full name, but nobody calls it that. They shorten it to Xavier University. But in any case, I did the 3 years at Xavier, my undergrad. And in my 3rd year, I took atomic physics and optics. And I was like, this is it. I like this a whole lot more than computer engineering. And it could kind of incorporate that into it.
Okay.
And so I decided to stay, get my applied physics degree from Xavier, and then went on to grad school. At first at Florida Institute of Technology, did a year there. They had the classes I liked, but the research they didn't have a lot of research in optics, and it wasn't in the area in optics that I was interested in. I discovered a school in Alabama, Huntsville, Alabama, that had a lot of that research. And so I transferred there. Another good move, the type of research. So I worked on the Pushkar Venkateswalu, an Indian, who had worked with, I didn't know this at the time, we found out much later after I was there. He worked with 3 Nobel laureates.
Okay.
Yeah, 3. The first one was Niels Bohr, a Danish physicist, who you all may not realize it, but he's the one who came up with a model of the atom that you studied in school. Okay. With the nuclear, protons in the nucleus and electrons, that was his model, called the Bohr's model of the atom. So he came up with, and that's pretty much a model that we still hold on to. Explains a whole lot of things.
Yeah.
So he worked with Niels Bohr. Then he worked with another physicist, Hertzberg, who he gave did work on the electron structure of the atom. Which again, if you people in chemistry would study that, and also in modern physics you would study this. And then the third one was Mulliken, who was a physical chemist. You worked with him, and he went on to again further explain things about the atom. So my advisor was very strong in all things dealing with the atom. My first research with him was photoacoustic spectroscopy of bromine and what was iodine, and then I went on to do work in nonlinear optics with him. So, but in that gave me a lot of exposure to organic materials. My thesis was nonlinear optics of organic dyes. And we got samples from the University of Alabama, the main campus in outside of Birmingham, and Tuscaloosa. The chemistry people in the chemistry department would synthesize new organic dyes, send them to us, and we would test them for their optical properties. And so that had led me into a lot of organic chemistry, environmental chemistry, and that kind of stuff. So then I went to the university, my first job after I graduated. And when I graduated, there were three of us, three Black people who graduated, me, a guy, and this woman. We were the first Black people to graduate from that university with a PhD in physics. Oh, and I forgot to say, I was the first Black person to graduate from my undergraduate with a PhD, with a bachelor's in physics. And that university was open since like the 1800s. I mean, they were open for a long time. And I was the first. And then I was among the first for my graduate school. And at that time, there were 300 Black people in the United States with PhDs in physics. And we were three of those 300.
How about that?
Yeah. Now it's actually diminished. It's now down to 262. There are 262 people, Black people with PhDs in physics in the United States, which has a population of something like 3.5 million people. And so
don't let me throw you up like that. Does the name Rimple say anything to you? Auguste Rimple, St. Thomas?
No.
Was a schoolmate, PhD from MIT.
Yeah, not really. I know there's Roy Watlington over there that has a master's in physics. One of the people, and there's two other people from the Virgin Islands that I know that has PhDs in physics. So the Virgin Islands is putting in quite a bit into that number for the size of, and that was one of the reasons I decided to come home. I see the potential here of getting more people into STEMs, jobs, majors, and then of course jobs. And so that was one of the things that I decided to come home for. The other thing was also my children. They were in Fayetteville, Arkansas, where the main campus of the University of Arkansas was there. Great place for young Black children, elementary school. But there weren't a lot of Black people there. And so I was thinking about, I needed to leave before they got into junior high, when they start thinking to themselves, who am I? Where do I fit into the world? And I didn't think that was a good place for them. It was good for when they were young. Racism, I don't think I ever had a racist issue while I was there. And it was because there wasn't very many Black people there, a small percentage of Black. And I find when you have situations like that, whites are not worried about you too much.
No
So
threat.
no threat. When it gets up to about 25%, which is where it was in Cincinnati, Ohio, where I was as undergraduate, that's when they start to get antsy. And I had more, even though there were more black people there, I had more issues there than I did in favor, you know. And that's why I find that when the numbers start to climb to about 20, 25%, that's when the racial issues start. But even without the racial issues, as I said, I figure when my children got to the point where they would start wondering, well, who am I? How do I fit into this? Which is about junior high. They'll look around and they wouldn't really see people like them as good examples.
Yeah.
And so I thought to myself, well, where in the US can I move to where I can have about 40% of their school be black people who were doing positive things? You could find, places where there's, almost all black, yeah, and that kind of stuff, but a lot of people are just doing all kinds of nonsense, not good examples. I couldn't really think of a place. Atlanta was a possibility. It was starting to boom. A lot of black people were moving there, but they were kind of scattered throughout Atlanta. There wouldn't be a school that had 40% black, positive black. And so I thought to myself, I was like, wait a minute, oh, even though you have a number of black people doing nonsense, you have a lot of black people who are doing positive things.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're careful as to who you expose your child to and create the village that is needed to raise them, they could have a very good upbringing. And so I decided to move home for those two reasons. One, to get more blacks into STEM majors, because that's what the economy right now, the US is based on, technology. That's where the vast, and they need people, and they will behave themselves because they need people.
Mm-hmm.
So black people who are in STEM jobs tend to be treated pretty well. I said I've been in different places, and I was at for summer I was at Lucent Bell Labs, Lucent Technology, which is where Graham Bell, inventor of the telephone, he created a lab, and they do a whole lot of basic research. And you'll be walking down the aisle, bumping into people, and next thing you know, they win the Nobel Prize in physics. You run into people who already won it. The Bell Labs was responsible for the CD, the first microchip, computer chip, that started the whole computer revolution. That they developed that. They were responsible for the first gas laser. I also was, while I was in grad school, I was for summer out in LA at Hughes Aircraft, and they were responsible for the first laser, period, a Ruby laser. And in fact, I met someone who was on that team. He was a high school student working at the company after school, and just happened to end up on that team that made the first laser ever. Since he was a high school student back then, when I was there for the summer, he was still there.
Yeah.
And so yeah. But in any case, that's one. Those were the two reasons I moved home, and both of them have worked out well. My children graduated. They went for OB, Elena, and then Central. One went off. She is right now just about finishing a PhD in pharmacology, which is the basic research for medications. So before medications are done, they have to do the basic scientific research, basically biochemistry research. Mm-hmm. And then they let the people know, okay, well, this could possibly work. This, don't bother waste your time with. And then they go on to develop the medicines. And then my youngest is an architect, and which is, again, it's like art and STEMs put together, art and physics put together, because to build a structure, it has to, stand up. And so you have to look at the physics of it. And she was one of the 30 of 30 in Miami, the top 30 architects under the age of 30 in Miami. So both of them were doing, work. So what I hoped to have happened when I moved home happened. My children got a strong basis, saw black people doing positive things, thought to themselves when they were leaving, there's nothing to stop me from doing achieving what I want. It all just depends on me and how much effort I put into it, and which is what I wanted them to get. And I think you can get this in the Virgin Islands. It's one of the best places to get it. It's really up to you whether you want to mess around and do foolishness, or do you want to accomplish something. Either one, the option is there, and you could do either one. There really is not a barrier. Even the things that are potentially barriers, so you can't get certain equipment here. The people in the States have certain advantages over us in terms of they could go to a store and buy a computer chip, or, and that sort of thing. For example, Steve Jobs, his neighbors were people in Silicon Valley. So he was, could chat to them about electronics and all that kind of stuff, and computers. You're not going to really have that here in the Virgin Islands. No. But I found the experiences I had here as a kid was priceless when I was in school. Starting from when I was running in the pasture next to my father's church. Back, where Bates trucking and that all the places are. It used to be just a cow pasture, and we used to go over there to pick water. And there was a bull there that every once in a while didn't like us and would chase us. Just in that chase, I learned how to break things down. You have to get some distance between you and the bull. Then the next thing you have to pay attention to is that the sewer from Scion Farm flowed through that pasture. So there was a creek of sewer. So you had to jump over that. So first you have to pay attention to the bull, get some distance away, but after a while you gotta stop paying attention to the bull and start paying attention to your next hurdle, which is the creek. Then there was the last one was a barbed wire fence that separated the pasture from the church. And you had to then pay attention to that to try to dive through that as quickly as possible. When I got to physics classes and math classes, I had to break down the problem, focus on one thing. Don't pay attention, worry about the other stuff. Get that first part done. Then look at the results of that, and then use that for the next part. Then the next part. And so I was like, I got this. This is like the bull in the pasture. I've been doing this since I was a kid.
That's right.
And that's the thing. I think we have experiences here that we don't understand. They translate into other things. And so we're not looking for we don't have this here. We don't have that here. The people in the States have those things. But if you look around to what you do have, you have all you need. And that's what I used that. The next thing when I was in, I think it was 6th grade, I asked my uncle, who was a mechanic, a body man mechanic, if I could come down by him on Saturdays. He would do work in his yard on Saturdays. If I could come down and work with him, because I was thinking to myself, I wasn't going to become a mechanic, but I was like, I'm going to have a car. I could at least fix some things myself, do some things myself, and wouldn't have to, or at least, and even if I wanted to go to the mechanic, I could understand what they're saying. So I did that from 6th to 11th grade, every Saturday. Got into physics class now in my first year in undergrad. And most of it was in the car engine. A lot of stuff I was like, hey man, I've seen this before. And and I found that it gave me an advantage over the majority of my classmates. Again, it's not the traditional stuff. I wasn't doing chemistry experiments. I wasn't doing physics experiments. But what I was doing translated, and it helped me understand the work. So I see we really have a gold mine here, and people who have left here and done some really good things,
Right.
coming from a really small place. I think I've said this to you on the radio before. I had a student at UVI. This is when I was in transition and coming down the summer. Before I came, um, I met her. In fact, it was my interview at UVI. I met her, and I told the students there that I ran a program in Arkansas called Research Experience for Undergrad. It was a National Science Foundation funded program. And I told where we would bring in 10 students a year, and I would pair them with professors doing research, and they would do some small part of their research. So I told the students at my talk, they should apply, because I was the guy who was going to decide who was going to be there. If they had applied, they would have gotten it.
Right.
Only one student applied.
How about that?
And only one. And again, not taking advantage of. They did have all the opportunities but they did have some opportunities that other people weren't getting.
Yeah.
But many chose not to take it. This one student decided to take it. Came, worked in my lab for that summer. My lab had automation. I had computer controlled experiments. I had another grad student working on a project trying to come up with a computer model for a phenomena we were seeing in one of our samples. And so she was exposed to all this. Came back, I taught her last physics classes. Then she went back up to the same University of Arkansas, and in a program that I helped create, it was a multidisciplinary, I shouldn't say was, it is a multidisciplinary program between physics, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, and chemical engineering. And she went back up and worked on a colleague and mentor of mine, got her PhD in it, then went and worked for the Army Research and became one of their 3 directors of research. Then she got into AI and became the Department of Defense Director of AI and Automation. And then eventually she decided to go private industry. And so she's working for a company as their director of AI. And again, this is somebody that graduated from UVI. And
well, you have the empirical knowledge of how we approach opportunities,
yeah,
and how we often do not.
And that's the thing that I'm trying to change.
And well, that's why we are hoping to have recruited you, because we, as I'm sure you're fully aware, we're in a desperate ways here as a population of this unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States. WAPA,
yes,
is vital.
And they are a prime example of not taking up opportunities. Not taking up. Our problem is difficult, as everybody points out the difficulty. We're not connected. We don't have any oil. We don't have any natural gas. We don't have a neighboring state power plant that we could borrow electricity from. So everybody points this out, but nobody does anything about it. They just point out the problem, and WAPA just points out the problem, throws their hands up, and that's it. I'm like, and then the things that they do try to do things that other states have done, but they have the resources to do it. They don't have our situation. And our situation is going to take planning. The states are not going to plan it for us because they got their own issues. They got their own things to worry about. And also they aren't familiar with all our our issues. Um, they talk about selling WAPA to a private company, but I'll be very suspicious of any private company that would buy WAPA. Why would they want to invest their money in WAPA when even if they were to able to turn it profitable? The profit would be so small compared to what they could get if they invest their money elsewhere. So, what reputable businessman is going to buy WAPA when they could take that money, invest it in something that is going to give them a whole lot more return? We have to come up with it. We have to come up with a plan, and it's going to take time and effort. It's not a simple thing. And then the other problem we have is the landfill. Again, another easy thing. Who they're gonna need to find another site if they close down both of them, which they're supposed to. But who wants a dump in their backyard? What site are they going to find on St. Croix and St. Thomas that the neighbors are not going to, scream, bloody hell for it? And you can't blame them because you ain't gonna want it in your neighborhood. So there's no place for us. There's no other alternative. And so that's another problem. And every so often they catch on fire and polluting the area. It seems the only logical thing that seems to that will help both problems is waste energy. There is no excuse for us not to develop a plan for this. It would help us in two areas. Our waste, where our landfills can't keep going the way they are now, and an energy source. It would give us a local energy source. Propane, you have to ship in. Oil, you have to ship in. Waste is here. You have living things, you're gonna have waste. Humans, even if the humans aren't here, trees, there will be waste. We're now just piling up our waste. That waste can be used to energy. In the way I went for grad school, Huntsville, Alabama, the NASA has a center there, the Marshall Flight Center. That's where all the rockets for both space exploration and military were made. All of them. After World War II, they grabbed the top German rocket scientist, von Braun, brought him to Huntsville, Alabama, and said, "You're going to be making rockets for us." And they developed this center around him. And so I said, all the rockets from the very first moon flight, there's that Hidden Figures movie about, what's his name? John Glenn, I think, who did an orbit around the Earth.
Glenn.
That rocket, all of them have been made here. And all of the missiles. So when I was in grad school, there was the NASA Marshall Flight Center. And on that same compound was Army Missile Command. And so that's where they've changed the name from Army Missile Command. I don't know the new name. Now with drones, they have a landing strip north of my grad school where all the drones for the US are developed. This place, they call it Rocket City. They have had a waste to energy unit for 32 years that supplies heat to the NASA and Army compound. And now they are planning to increase the pressure, temperature and pressure of that so that it will generate electricity for them. If this high-tech city is doing this, it tells you that this is a feasible thing to do. You have scientists can't done, and this city decides this is the way to go. For us, if we look at it, we would come to the same conclusion. We have garbage that we have to get rid of, waste that we have to get rid of. We need electricity. We need fuel. How are we not doing this? And there's multiple ways to do it. Burning it is the low-tech way. You can control the emissions and stuff, but still you're gonna get some ash that you're gonna have to deal with. But it goes from a garbage truck full of garbage down to a wheelbarrow of ash. They haven't had to expand their landfill since they started doing this. It gets rid of your thing, it reduces it to an easily manageable source. But even if we don't do that, there's more higher tech. There's gasification, pyrolysis, and I'm forgetting the name of the last one. But the last one is it breaks down your garbage to its elemental components, and you get hydrogen gas out of that, which you now burn that as a fuel. And hydrogen, once you expose it to oxygen, it will combust, releasing energy. And your byproduct from that, water. The oxygen and the hydrogen combine to give you water. Then you would have any other elements would be there for you to collect. So if there was some iron in there, you could collect the iron. If there's mercury in there, you could collect the mercury. And these are things that you can sell. These are things that there's a market for. And you could put in tires, plastic. You could put in whatever you want. The other methods like pyrolysis and gasification might give you some more ash. But even that, in the way you can deal with it, you can put other things in it which will encapsulate those things, and they won't just be out there blowing in the wind. So this is something that has been done, and in fact, and this is something you can get the government to give you money for. The method I told you about that gives you hydrogen. When Obama was giving out these stimulus funds to the different states, and we got money to pave the road going by Public Works. Well, Bakersfield, California got money, the largest amount of money given to do one of these factories, to take what was it? I think coal with things and change it to and get hydrogen gas from it, and then they were going to bury the carbon dioxide into oil wells. So the government is open to these kind of things, but you have to come with a plan. If the Virgin Islands comes with a plan to them to do waste to energy, how in the world are they going to say no to us? They know we have a waste problem. They know we need to close the landfill. The FAA is telling them they need to. EPA is telling them. All their federal agencies telling us we need to do something about the landfill. They know we don't have oil and natural gas. They know that the refinery is closed. They know our situation. If we come up with a plan, how are they going to say no to us? In what world would they say no to us? But it can't just be off the top of our heads, oh, we need money for this. It has to be a plan. But if we put a plan together, there is no way they say no. And it also will serve as a model for other places. And it will be using technology that's coming from the US. How will they ever be able to say no to us?
I don't know, but I want to make sure that we take the first step.
Coming up with a plan.
Well, tactics are of no use if we don't know the strategy that we are trying to achieve. And right now, it seems to me that you're saying that our strategy should be embedded in our waste.
It should be. Oh, and I forgot one other thing, another source. our sewer. Huntsville is using that to produce energy. Apparently, the microbes that are in there have a lot of energy, and they can be used to create electrical energy. And so that is they are doing that right now. So all our waste, including our human waste, and all of these things need fixing. We had our schools being shut down because of the gas coming from the sewer system. They looked at our sewer system lines are leaking, and it's causing problems. So the multiple, if we do this, at least 3 different issues would be fixed. And WAPA, waste, and sewer.
Well, we're ready to start, and is the boss around? We're at the top of the hour. Let's take our break and begin our plan. We because really November is the election, but I don't know. But we seem to we've been abandoned. But I would like for us to be able to take on our beloved audience as our students, eager students who are willing to incorporate this lesson and to apply it. And well,
and this would also serve as a model as to how do we take on our other issues, because it's again the same thing: planning, getting people together who know something about the issue, and coming up with a plan. And that is the thing that we don't do. That's why we're also in trouble with the propane thing. Moving to propane was, not, natural gas really was where we should go. But I was like, okay, it's a step towards it. We'll get used to working with the gas and all the issues that come with it. But then they're saying, oh, it was going to be cost about 80 something million. And I was like looking at prices and looking at things. I was like, yeah, that's about what you would expect. Then next thing you know, you hear it's going to be like something like 160 million, almost twice the amount. And then you find out it's because they gave them the company, basically let the company plan as you go. You're letting the company who's charging you make the plans without being able to see them, approve them, or anything. It's just as they go along, you just go with it. Of course, they're going to take you for a ride. Of course, and that's what they did with us. And we suffer a lot because we don't want to plan. We run from it. Bordeaux and Queen Mary had to plan. How can you achieve something like that without planning? But today, it's as if their gene pool left the Virgin Islands and were replaced by a totally different set of people, or people who refuse to plan.
It's a great analogy. But that's where we are, and that's why it's our financial situation to be described as desperate.
Yes.
Because we've allowed too many to see our situation, to take advantage of it, and to the point now where we have locals, because it's a local that's the head of WAPA, and they're now making that kind of compensation and take it for granted that they earn it. How, I don't know, but I'm hoping that we will be able to prove to ourselves that we can, in fact, do better.
And I know we can. And as I said, there are individuals that I know have the ability to do this, um, but they are not encouraged to do it.
Mm.
You know, you know, when I speak about things that I know and have spent hours, years studying and figuring out, and then you bring them up, and people are like, oh, nah. When that person hasn't even looked at it, you know, they might have looked at it for 5 minutes, and then other people accept this. If you're going to behave like that as a community,
Mm.
where the people who have studied things, that's the last person you want to hear from.
Mm.
And the person who just thought about it 5 minutes ago, that's the person who you want to hear from and follow.
Mm.
We all know how that's going to end.
Mm.
And that's how it's been ending.
Yeah.
Because that's what we've been doing as a community. We're not looking at, well, does this person have the background to understand this, to know what they're saying is correct? And it seems like we when we do run into people like that, we tend to get mad at them that they have used their time to learn something, and now we're trying to relay that to us. We're not thankful for it. We're not supportive of it. We want to get at them. We want to show that they don't know what they're doing, that their education and experience means nothing. You know, what society is going to grow like that? So other people who know things are going to see that and they're going to be like, okay, I'm not saying anything. Because I saw what happened to the last guy who tried to inform out in my community of something that they knew, spent years and years and years studying, made many sacrifices to gain the knowledge. So, like, for example, with me, the sacrifice was staying up in the States.
Mhm.
After my first year in the States, I was looking at UBI to see if they had my major because I was ready to, not that I hated it, but I just, it was like, okay, a lot of things I hadn't experienced, saw on TV and whatnot. But within a year, I experienced those things and I was like, okay, I'm good with going home now.
Well,
But
with the same positive observation, I would ask of you, uh, you saying that we have the necessary ingredients.
yes, we have Virgin Islanders with the knowledge that we need. But of course, a lot of them are not here because we drive them away.
Yes.
But if we if they realize that we are open to actually doing stuff and that they're not going to just, work with us or come home and 5 years later, 10 years later, the same problem, they never get a chance to try to incorporate any of your ideas. They're not going to come. They're not going to speak up. If we show that we're open to the ideas, to flesh them out, to see if we can work it out,
Mhm.
then they will. You would hear from them. I know many people out there that are in this position, but they have tried before. They have tried to interact, tried to think, and met a wall. And so then they just say, okay, I'll just stay where I am and do, because these people are listening to me. These people are open to my ideas.
Mhm.
These people are allowing me to flesh them out to get them to work.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Brother Mario.
Welcome to you. Uh,
I think I'm going to have to change your name to Diogenes because you have finally found the voice of reason.
we keeping hope alive, and we we in turn intend to exploit it.
Well, it sounds like a plan to me, but
Mhm.
in the execution is the problem. What is the name of your guest? His full name?
Why don't we just have him speak to you?
My name is Michael Henry.
Michael Henry.
Yes.
Okay.
We have been for years referring to him as the physicist.
That's why I didn't know his name.
Well,
Okay. Very
very-
nice to meet you. And I will be listening and waiting for this master plan. 'Cause
well, we're hoping that Boss Pete, that we could use some of your genes,
yes,
to get us together because well, from my perspective at any rate, the person I'm on here on this platform that I see we've got an election coming up in November and we always say how we're going to make change. Well, we would like to be able to make the plan so well so comfortable to our beloved audience that we can get a candidate or two or three who would buy into this so that with the would be the 37th legislature, we could actually begin implementing the plan that we have spent, well, since in April. Basically, this is the first month,
mhm,
the first month of the second quarter of 2026 is where we are.
right.
And this is what we want to do. This is what we want to do. And again, uh, you know, I don't know how else to put it other than say that uh, Michael is able to articulate the issues. We need to be able to digest it to the point where we can feel the commitment to get it in office. And by that I mean not Michael, not you, Boss Pete, or me, but that we could have a candidate or two or three who actually embraces it, that we, as a beloved artist, could get together to put into office for the 37th legislature to actually make a go of this thing in well in reality for 2027. And
Well,
again, that's
Mario,
basically in a nutshell. Yes.
I think that you're gonna have to break it down in more simpler terms.
Well, that's what we have to. That's why we have to write the physicists. We got to
Yes,
make the physicists, come down to our level.
yes, absolutely. Because one of the that's what you're talking about. This conversation is one of the reasons why when I left in 1959, I did not come back home to live for 50 years
Yeah.
because of all that he has addressed and that I thought was in place, right? Because I thought I had left this place in good hands. But look what happened,
Uh,
you know.
Well, you
And
have much
so,
in common right there. Michael, speak to her because this is the task that we're taking on
Right.
to be able to convince them and those of us who know we can do better, but for this or that reason, we have we're not committed to do it. But here you are,
Yeah.
and here she is.
Yeah.
You're no longer in the States.
Right.
You're here, and we want to take
yeah,
advantage of that.
Yeah. And I totally understand what your experience and what you're talking about because I said I went through similar, but I guess I got it from my father. I'm pretty stubborn and a
It's a good
fighter.
thing.
Yeah. So even when I was moving back home, I realized what I was moving towards. And in fact, I had a plan that if things turned out to be disastrous, that I would jump back to the States,
Yeah.
within 3 years and just give it up.
Sure.
But I found that it was a disaster. The glimmer of light that I saw was there. And so first I had to focus on getting my children educated and on their way.
Yeah.
And then I turned more to basically trying to get more people like me, getting students into STEMs. I've had at least 30
Right there. And please don't let me throw you off, but no, but you have, well, over the time that we've been talking, you use stems
Oh,
as
sorry.
if our
Yes.
beloved audience knows exactly what you're talking about,
Right,
and they
right.
might be thinking that, oh, it's a node and a plant
Right.
where a stem is going to come out of that. Well,
Right.
I think that is where she wants to pin you down.
Right. So STEMs is science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So these are, so you talk in terms of STEM majors, STEM careers, STEM students. That so if somebody's into physics, chemistry, biology, meteorology, that's science. Technology is if they are, I guess, a technician, or electronic technician, mechanical, a mechanic would be a technician. Somebody like an associate's degree, a 2-year degree, that would be technician. And of course, engineering is electrical, mechanical, chemical, computer, and then math. So these are the things that, as I said, our basically the U.S. economy. This is what it's based on. At one point, we were way back when we were agriculture economy. We were selling agricultural products, and that's why slavery was so important because that was cheap labor. Everyone, I guess it wasn't totally free, so let's say cheap labor.
Right.
But then,
Now,
uh,
Mr. Henry, not interrupting you,
that's fine,
but you and I know what STEM means.
right?
But in this high school here, from what I've been able to get in the past decade, these subjects that go into the STEM program are not even offered, or if they are elected. And they're not even learning or having the opportunity to, to study these subjects that are vital in moving forward in the directions that we're considering here. So,
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I wouldn't
the whole
quite.
system is broken.
But
The
again,
whole
but
system is
I know.
broken.
Can,
People graduating from high school.
Can
that
we
can't
we
read.
because of technical issues we are at this end here, we need to take a break. I
Yes.
I gotta think, but we want to talk some more.
Yeah.
So don't go too far.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll call back.
Please
Okay.
do. We need to
Right,
talk some
right.
more. All right. Okay.
Okay,
Beloved,
very good.
yes, thank you. Beloved, lick your cream because I'm sorry ice cream is just so good for your soul. Uh, I don't know why.
What you want us to be. We are what we are. That's the way it's going to be. We can't take us. We want opportunity. Talking about nothing. People freedom and liberty.
It's hurricane season. Don't get caught scrambling at the last minute. Guardian Insurance Company is here to remind remind you to prepare like a pro. Update your emergency supplies. Secure important documents, including your insurance policies. Prepare for power outages. Tidy up outside. Have an escape plan. Check on your neighbors, the elderly, and anyone you know that may need support. No panic. Just prep and ride out the season like a pro. Guardian Insurance Company, always by your side.
Look at the man's truck.
Grab your back and come. Gaines Landscaping. We do tree trimming, debris removal, small and large lot clearance, commercial and residential yard maintenance, all at reasonable rates.
Call Jason to Jay's Landscape, 473-8586. Estimates available. No job too big or too small.
iTown in Paradise. It's your choice for iTown in Paradise. And fish, chicken, steak, and lamb. It's a great place to eat. With our menu that includes something for everyone, including vegetarian, vegan, and gluten-free options, you'll find our scrumptious assortment both healthy and unique. It's a great place to eat. From our fried cauliflower and barbecue tofu to our pan-seared lamb chops and grilled fish, everyone will find something to enjoy. It's a great place to eat. We also carry a selection of natural juices.
He known we try to do what they came with the man, and the man just disappeared. It's a way. We're back, beloved, and it's been a very interesting afternoon so far, and I hope it speaks to what we could look forward to as we proceed to, well, the task that we are taking on here. And with that, I'd like to reference the physicist because much relies on him. And beloved, we've been speaking of the year, and he would find 2 o'clock in the afternoon to be most convenient for him. So between 2 and 3 o'clock, the information and enlightenment would be confined to education us as to how we can make a difference. And he has the well, cognitive resources that we need. And as the caller pointed out, that he would just break it down and not just simply take it for granted that we're familiar with his language. You, our vocabulary, they call it crucian. Sometimes we're not very adept at that even. But at any rate, I want to address you at that point to say, well, like, what can we look forward to so that, well, beginning next week, we'll be looking forward to hearing from you at 2 o'clock here at this platform. How should we prepare ourselves? Do we have any homework that you would recommend for us? Because, beloved, I brought a gift from a book that hopefully will give him a little bit of stress relief, you know, put him in a good mood as he approaches us, because there's no bigger problem that I have confronted in my 86 years other than trying to deal with the mentality that our conquerors, enslavers, and colonizers have left us with, what we think about ourselves. And it's very complex. But that's why we should consider ourselves very, very fortunate and, beloved, do everything we can to exploit him as a resource that belongs to us. Because he is us. He is us, a better part of us, you know, in many ways, but we have to exploit it. And again, it's like a course. Because if this is the 36th legislature, and we can't have a change that can be measured in the 37th legislature, we would have failed. And I don't like failing. Talk to me.
Well, you know, you giving me this book it's triggered some thoughts. As when we first met this afternoon, I told you that we have met before, but you wouldn't remember because I was a little kid, and it was when you had that store in the airport.
Yes, I did.
And so one of the things when my father was in the States, and as I said, he had went there after he was ordained and to get training. And he said a lot of people would be asking him about different Caribbean islands, you know, that they went to this place or heard about this place. And he realized he hadn't really traveled the Caribbean, you know, Antigua, Barbados, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands. That was it. So after he came back, every summer we would go to one of the Caribbean islands. And a lot of the churches didn't have a full-time minister. So what he would do is say, okay, I will be the minister for that church for a month and be able to stay in the rectory so we wouldn't have to pay. So we traveled, but it wouldn't be like just 4 days here. It would be for a whole month. And that exposed me to a whole lot of different things in the Caribbean. I learned how to do a whole lot of different things based on that. But why I bring it up is my first stop on one of these vacations was your shop to buy comic books.
Yes.
so I used to get like a lot of times it was there, and then also.
But don't take it too lightly. I ended up in Puerto Rico in 1949. All I could speak was gracias and agua, and I learned via comics.
Yes.
Because I've always been living thanks to my mother and reading Spanish comic books. Within 90 days, I was conversant in Spanish.
Yeah. They're not to be put off. They really can help a child. So I wasn't really into a lot of novels and a lot of those things, but I read comic books, but they also are about superheroes. Superheroes putting their lives on the line for their communities, and so that fostered, and also not giving up. So those things were fostered and embraced by me during that time. And you not realizing it were a part of it, which is also one of the things I would bring up, is that we can make differences in people's lives and not even realize it. We can strengthen them, give them the frame of mind that they need to have. And so, as they say, it takes a village, and it really does. Again, when I was looking about where I was going to raise my children, I was like, oh, home, I can form a village. Which included my father, which included people I knew, their cousins, their relatives, and other people, school teachers. You can form a village for your child, but you have to be active. You have to be aware of it. Like, okay, this person wouldn't really be helpful. This person's going to carry them down a path but this person will. And yes, that person is going to come with nobody's perfect. Everybody has annoying issues. The question is which ones you can deal with. And a lot of times nowadays, so they spent a lot of time with my father. After school, I'll pick them up and carry them there and then go back for them when work was done. And I did my father and I agree on everything? No, we would have arguments and things like. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm not going to stop carrying them there because we have a disagreement. That's their grandfather. He raised me, and I thought I turned out pretty decent. So what I find a lot of times now, people get annoyed at their parents, mad about this, that, and so now the child ain't seeing grandma anymore. Or they see them once a week rather than 3 times a week. We have to be careful about forming and attentive about forming villages. Do it with thought as to who we're going to leave our children with. You hear people saying, "Oh, you can't. People are not responsible for how their children grow up, and if they go and commit a crime later on, you're not responsible for it. Adults can do it." I'm like, no. If that person became a famous baseball player, you'll be hearing the parents talk about all the times they took them to the park and threw balls. But if they turned out to be a murderer, it's like, oh no, I had nothing to do with that. I'm like, between the age of 0 and 10, you have total control of your child. Your child is not mobile enough to go places on their own. They go where you carry them, and they stay with whom you put them with. It's your choice and your decision. Now, yes, you could not know, you could make a mistake, and yes, that's true, but it still was your choice and your decision. And I think we need to take that more seriously. We've been letting people off the hook of taking the responsibility of how their children grow up, what experiences their children have. You have all these molestations that are taking place. You had the whole Bruce thing in St. Thomas. And it's like you have to pay attention to who you decide to let your children be around. Look at them. If you don't feel something is right, you don't need to know. You don't necessarily have to accuse anybody. But if you don't see, you just got that feeling, something ain't right here. then don't leave your children with them. You know, they go where you send them. They stay where you say stay. Keep, you know, treat it more importantly. Understand the importance of those decisions. And also that you should be guiding them to do things that you know we need. You know our society needs an accountant. See if your child is interested. Don't force them, but at least see, do they have any interest in this? We need engineers. Do they have any interest in that? And if you see you do as much as you can to support it. You know, may not be able to do scientific things. Well, my parents, neither of them were scientists. But we did a whole lot of projects which exposed me. Baking with my mother, you know, cooking with my mother, with paving the driveway with my father. I learned to mix concrete. That's a chemical reaction. Later on, and that shows you proportions and mixtures, how to mix things. All those skills became invaluable.
We want you to help us to understand how to make waste into energy.
Right. So waste, a lot of waste is, so energy is whatever can cause movement in another object. And chemical energy is when you, the things that are made up, this microphone, you know, they're all made of molecules where atoms come together and the electrons, outer electrons, circle both atoms and are attracted to both atoms, and now you have a molecule. If you pull one atom to the right, the electrons are going to, outer electrons are going to go to the right with it because it's attracted to this nucleus, and the other nucleus is going to go with the electrons because it's attracted to those electrons. Positive charges, the electrons are negative, protons are positive. They attract each other. So now you have two atoms that were one are now together and form one molecule, like water molecule, H2O. In those electrons that are surrounding them is locked in energy. That if you break those electrons, break them apart, so you do something and give that electron enough energy to escape the molecule, it goes off, zooming in one direction, the rest of the molecule goes off, zooming in the next direction. And that is a release of energy. That energy can go collide into turbines, which then turn the turbines, which then is connected to a generator that turns the generator, which then creates electricity. Electricity, you can have electricity for two ways. DC electricity, where you just have positive charges on one side and negative charges on the next. And the negative charges will flow to the positive charges, and that's electricity. The flow of charges is electricity. So whatever you get to cause charges to flow, you have created electricity. The other way, which is AC, which is what our generators are, is when you turn a coil, a wire coil, in the presence of a magnetic field or in the presence of magnets. For whatever reason, we don't know why exactly. So physics can explain a lot, but it comes to a point where we can't explain anymore. And if you want more of an explanation, you got to go into theology and you got to go ask God. And so this is one of them. We know that this happens. We could explain it up to a certain point, but not totally. But we definitely know it happens. We can characterize how it happened. We know when it's going to happen, how strong it's going to happen. Anytime you turn a coil in the presence of a magnet, a magnetic field, there's going to be electricity generated in that coil. And that's how we have our electricity from our power plant today. There are coils that are being turned in the presence of a magnetic field. How it turns, that is what determines you have a hydroelectric. Because if it's water flowing through the turbines to cause a rotation, then it's hydro. If it's geothermal, steam from the water that's heated by the ground, turn into steam and flows through the turbines, geothermal. coal. You burn coal to boil the water to cause the steam to flow through the turbines to turn the coils. Anything that can turn it. If we had Superman and Superman could sit there turning it, it would produce electricity. So you have different ways, and most of our plants are steam driven. You boil water to cause steam to turn to the turbines. We used to generate most of our electricity this way. They had boilers, and so that's why you would hear them talking about boilers. And what they were talking about were actual boilers. We were boiling water. We were also then later on cooling some of that water and capturing it for our potable water system. If you the water will turn to steam, flow through the turbines, turn the generator. But after that, you need to get rid of some of that heat. And so they would take some of that steam, let it cool down, and it will come back to water. But by boiling it, it leaves whatever gunk it had in there. So if it's salt water, the salt will be left back in the boiler. So what you have on the other side is what you would call distilled water. It's water that's free of any kind of other stuff like calcium, whatever. So this is how we think, and this is what I think we should be producing most of, because once you heat up water, it takes a while for it to cool down. This is why islands tend to be hotter than other places, because we're surrounded by water. And during the day, that water captures the heat from the sun, and then over the night, it slowly gives it off. And so you will stay warm throughout the night. This is why deserts, they don't have water to do this. And so when the sun goes down, they quickly lose their heat, and deserts are freezing cold at night because of it. So when our current system with the propane, it doesn't use, they're not using it to boil any water. In at least, well, I shouldn't say that. They maybe some they still have boilers, so some of them they still do. But the Watsillas, those are just run on gas. You burn the propane, the hot propane flows through the turbines, turning the generator. And so once the propane stops flowing, that's it for them. There's no gliding. There's no slowly losing electricity. It's lost quickly. It's like the difference between a helicopter and an airplane. The airplane jets go out. Because of the wings, they could glide for a while, find a place to land. Helicopter, that rotor stops turning, and you're dropping out of the sky like a rock. There's nothing. So that's like the Watsillas pretty much. Once, for whatever reason, the propane stops flowing, that's it. But if you have a boiler system, you can go for a little while until the water, loses enough temperature. So I would recommend more boiler systems, and even the Watsillas, for what they are meant for, is like peak usage. When there's a rise in usage above the norm, you fire up one of these. You could quickly fire it up, quickly shut it down when the peak is gone, and have the boilers as the main thing. You know that, okay, people are going to be using at least this amount of energy throughout the day, so you set your boilers to that, and let your generators like the Watsillas and whatnot come in when it's necessary. And they apparently cannot take, at least the ones we have, cannot take this prolonged usage. It doesn't seem like they're meant for that. And that's what they've been trying to do, and they are shown that it can't take it. And that's also, again, another thing. It doesn't seem like a lot of planning went into that. They didn't seem like they really looked into how are these Watsillas used, how reliable they are.
When our beloved audience have heard it named Wärtsilä. They don't know what it is.
They don't. Okay. So these are it's a company, a European company. I forgot what country, but they are. It's the name of a company, and
I was just pointing to just how ignorant we are as a body, collective, the population. We don't.
Yeah.
And that is why we have to exploit you, because we've got to understand these things.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, and how is it that we could substitute? Well, I don't know whether we do with the waste as opposed to with the Wärtsilä.
Right.
But again, we need to have a full understanding. We need to grasp these things, understand what we're talking about, and how is it that we can do a better job.
Well, that's the one nice thing about the propane and everything, that if you use gasification or pyrolysis for waste to energy, creating a gas, you can use them in either a Wärtsilä or use them in a boiler. You have a choice which way, so it can be used which way.
But that is again assuming that we understand what it is we use these things for.
Right. So I said, what we're using these is to burn fuel to create either steam or hot gases to go through a turbine. And turbines, you remember when we were young, we used to have those pinwheels that you would run and they would spit as a wind.
Yeah.
A turbine is basically that.
Yeah.
Of course, it's more sophisticated and much bigger, but it's the same concept.
Yeah.
As air or any kind of a gas flows through it, it will turn it, cause it to spin.
Yes.
And then that will be attached to a generator, which is these coils I was telling you about. And it could be either coils in surrounded by a permanent magnet, or it could be coils surrounded by other coils. Because a coil itself is a magnet. If you run electricity through a coil, you will get a magnetic field. So it doesn't have to be a permanent magnet. It could be two sets of coils, or it could be one set of coil and that's a generator. And a generator and a motor are pretty much the same thing. It's just that in a motor, you provide electricity and it provides the rotation. A generator is the opposite. You provide the rotation and it provides it puts out the electricity. So they're basically the same thing, but it's just what your input is, what you put it in, and you get out the next thing. So you connect your turbine to one of these generators. When the gas causes a turbine to rotate as it passes through, it will cause the coil to rotate inside the generator, putting out electricity.
Wow.
And so the caller talked about education, and I've been talking about it in a way that, and you may not realize, but yes, we do need education for two reasons. One, to get the technical skills and knowledge, but also the idea of making a sacrifice. If education is done properly, your students come out of that, graduate with the understanding that if they want things to improve in their life, they are going to have to make some sort of sacrifice. So while you're in school, to get good grades, you can't be outside playing all day. You can't be out going parties all the time. At some point in time, you're going to have to say, no, I'm going to need to go and study. I'm going to need to go and do my homework. You're going to have to make that sacrifice. So if education is done properly, by the time that person graduates, they have that incorporated. The idea of not having to make a sacrifice will be so foreign to them. They'll be like, yeah, if I want something, I'm going to have to sacrifice something. And everybody does it. Basketball players, they talk about Michael Jordan. They said that the other players was like they would go home, be going home, and he would still be practicing. You know, Larry Bird, you the same thing. We'll be going home, and he'll still be in the gym practicing. That's how they got that good. They made a sacrifice. They made a decision. This was important to me, so I'll put off some other things and do this. And this is what we have to be teaching our children, teaching our people, that good things come with sacrifice. You have to, if you want things to improve, you have to be willing to give up something else. And you brought up Queen Mary, and you brought up, they made the ultimate sacrifice, especially the queens, because they knew what happened to Butthole and the others that were part of the emancipation. That was, as you said, 30 years before. They had to have known what happened to them. And they yet still decided, we are going to do this.
We're at the top of it now, and you know, time flies, but we need to have some structure, and this is why we appeal to you for a time slot, and what we're looking at now is 2 p.m. and we would like to begin our education in understanding, well, how is it that the waste that we produce by living, how is it that we can be able to use that to provide the energy for us to live even better, more efficiently?
So as I said before, it can be low-tech way, just burn. You burn, and burning it, that helps break those bonds, releasing the energy that was trapped by those electrons, forming those molecules. When you burn it, you give those the electrons enough energy to escape the molecule, which then breaks the molecule apart. And you have pieces of it zooming around, and those pieces can be then used to hit the turbines to cause them to turn and produce energy. That's one way. That's the low-tech way. I'm not that in favor of it, but it can work. If we look at the more high-tech ways, and for whatever reason see some major issue in it, then okay, this can do it. And I said this is what they're doing in Huntsville, Alabama. This is how NASA is heating their these places, and we're going to use it for electrical energy. So it can be done, and it can be done safely and effectively. I prefer the more complicated ways, pyrolysis and gasification, because that creates less soot, less stuff to get rid of, and it's more. We can use that in our current. Instead of putting propane into our generators and burning that, we could use this gas and put it in. So it creates more versatility. And that is the one. Those are one of those methods. The ones that I've been backing and pushing since 2009. Alpine Energy came in and were talking about burning pet coke, and I was like, no, that's a terrible idea to burn in. If they want to do gasification or pyrolysis of the pet coke, it's okay, because the ash that you can trap the ash. If we had burned that pet coke,
we are going to prepare our minds to understand the difference between them,
right,
and which is more effective,
right,
and safer purposes,
and safer for our purposes. Yeah. Because if we had burned that pet coke, that Hurricane Maria, we would have been covered in ash. Every part of, because 1 minute the hurricane's blowing one direction, the next hour it's gone back. We would have been Harvard and Nash.
Well, we're gonna learn. We're gonna learn. We're gonna learn. But for the time being, let's just lick our cream because Armstrong ice cream is just so good for our soul. We're back. And yes, beloved, it's all about you.
Yes.
Because we are hoping to do all we can to take advantage of the knowledge that, well, Michael Walker, that we all have come to know as a physicist. Beloved, we want to use his knowledge to help us, and by us now between a beloved audience, for all of us to get a working understanding of what we need to do to make the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority reliable and affordable. And that's a task. That's what we're about. And between now and November, beloved, we need to have been so successful that we literally elected a candidate, or two or three, but at least a candidate who could bring about a measurable change in our condition with WAPA come January and the swearing in of what would be the 37th legislature. Enough is enough. And that is the target that I am looking at as we try to take full advantage of the physicist Michael Henry to, well, arm ourselves. I'm not talking about violence, but arm ourselves educationally, that we understand how we can improve our situation, which in later terms is just, hey, to make WAPA reliable and affordable. And that's the long and short of it, beloved. At any rate, for the time being, beloved, we are still talking about Senator Kenny Gittins and why is it so? Why is it such a problem to get the senator to sit down with the CEO of Armstrong Ice Cream, Mr. Cedric Armstrong? We want them to sit down to come up with the basic fundamental objectives that would be required for Armstrong Ice Cream to be packaged. That's the objective. Armstrong Ice Cream packaged so that wherever you buy ice cream here at St. Croix, you would be able to choose to buy Armstrong Ice Cream because it will be available. And that's what it's about. Well, that's the kind of way we want to approach the issue with WAPA. and using Michael Henry, the physicist, to show us what needs to be done to make WAPA more reliable and affordable. And that's what it comes into. And yes, beloved, because if nothing else, over the years, and I always remember at the wrong time, but I was going to say 3 years. But I always say, Mario, you gotta check and see how long have we been doing this Crucian history question. I said 3 years, and then when I said that, I said, you sure it's not more than 3? This is year 2026. And I don't know. But I don't know, beloved. I don't know. Maybe one of you could help me right with that. How long? That could be a crucial history question right there. Beloved, how long have we been doing this crucial history question at 3:30? More than a year? More than 2 years? And I'm thinking more than 3. But I will rely on you to tell me. But, in just about 10 minutes or so, we will have yet another crucial history question. And beloved, I don't know whether you're a good guesser or you're just a scholar, as I refer to some of you. But beloved, do you realize that I have never been able to come up with a question, a crucial history question, that you could not answer? No, I don't know what you've been guessing, and you're just not good at guessing. But the fact still remains that for however many years we've been doing this, I can recall it a couple of times, not a lot, but a couple of times it's been down to the last few minutes, and I happen to offer some clues, but you still come up with the answer. And so I don't know if that counts. And in fact, would have been at least a handful of times when you could not answer the question if I did not offer some clues to help you to come up with the correct answer. Either which way, beloved, we have been definitely educating ourselves. And I view it as, well, educating ourselves so we could understand the necessity of us having inside out cultivation, which basically comes down to, beloved, us helping ourselves, believing in ourselves, and knowing that we can indeed do for ourselves. Because right now, beloved, it would seem as if we don't think that we are capable of sustaining ourselves, of any degree of self-supporting, sustaining ourselves, doing for ourselves. Because that's why I call them good for non-misleaders. Because, beloved, they just is like, they absolutely refuse to commit to do anything that would help us, the less than 90,000 of us in this tiny territory, unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Beloved, it is like we are, without verbalizing it in words, we are in fact admitting that we are an inferior people. That's what we're doing. Literally, that we are too inferior to take care of ourselves. Now, mind you, I ain't talking about independence. I ain't saying that tomorrow we're supposed to throw away the American flag and plant our own flag and we be independent. No. We would starve to death. That's not what I'm talking about at all. But the fact is that, beloved, since July 3rd, 1848, when we were able, I shouldn't say when we, but when our ancestors were able to abolish physical enslavement, when we were able to emancipate ourselves from physical enslavement, beloved, from then to now, we have not been able to prove to ourselves that we have the capacity to take care of ourselves. Because we could point 100 years ago when we had the St. Croix Labor Union, even Hamilton Jackson, that was indicative, showing, clearly letting us see that we have the capacity to do for ourselves. But it has followed, and we turn against each other. Before you know it, instead of us continuing to support ourselves with the one labor union, the St. Croix Labor Union, we allow ourselves to break it apart. Next thing you know, Morris Davis had a union. And if that wasn't bad enough, then Ravi Shabbat had a union. And in the space of less than a decade, we went from having one St. Croix labor union doing for all of our people to having three labor unions fighting against each other. And that's how we went into what was that inflection period we call World War II. And beloved, after World War II, all of a sudden, we were not Caribbean people anymore. We were no longer West Indians. All of a sudden, we were Americans, committed to being the most patriotic and loyal Americans that we could be. And beloved, that has been our story from since the 1940s, World War II, to today, where we are 2026. And yes, beloved, it is for us to decide that we can indeed be self-sustaining. But for now, we're going to take our break so that we come back with our crucial history question. So lick your cream, beloved, because Ramstein ice cream is just so good for your soul. We're back. And yes, beloved, I don't think I need to say it again, but I will. Because beautiful Aisha has taken her spot. You know, she likes to be center stage, making sure everything is properly organized and doing well. And I say, yes, my general, everything is good to go. So here we are. The Crucian history question for today. Beloved, it is very interesting indeed that we, well, as you can see, find ourselves talking about the energy that we need to function. And here, I have a crucial history question that, well, pretty much touches on the same category. Beloved, we have spoken about this before, but we shall see how much you remember and therefore whether in fact you could give us the correct answer. But beloved, this happened in 1916. That is what? 100 and what? Yeah. 1917. This is 1 year before the transfer from us being the Danish West Indies to becoming the unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States of America. Beloved, in 1916, the St. Croix Colonial Council decided that we needed to have some price controls because while the cost of living wasn't exactly all that high, people were having an extremely difficult time putting 2 and 2 together to make a living. And beloved, the St. Croix Colonial Council decided to put some price controls by setting the maximum retail price on 10 different issues. I shouldn't call it issues, 10 different commodities that we needed. And one of them, beloved, was kerosene oil. Kerosene oil is the equivalent of the propane gas that we use today to cook. Our stoves, they all operate with propane gas. Well, beloved, in 1916, what stoves that we did have was operated with kerosene oil. Kerosene. And the St. Croix Colonial Council in 1916 says that they had to put price control on kerosene. But here is the thing. Beloved, kerosene was sold by the bottle. And I, for one, have not been able to tell you the size of these bottles. So you are going to have to try to figure it out to tell me, because I want the answer for you to tell me how much did a bottle of kerosene oil cost in 1916? The kerosene was sold by the bottle, beloved, by the bottle. So my question to you is, what was the maximum that the St. Croix Colonial Council in 1916 said that could be charged for a bottle of kerosene? How much? You dropped the line. Good afternoon, are you there?
I am here.
Well, you're sounding good to me. I would like to know, because you obviously should know, how much did the Colonial Council say was the maximum that they could charge, that a business could charge for a bottle of kerosene oil?
I would say 6 cents a bottle.
And why would you say 6 cents a bottle?
That's just a feeling, Mr.
Well, I shouldn't ask you why. I shouldn't ask you why.
No. That's just my feeling. Since we went down this few weeks or months ago, I've been doing some research.
You've been doing some research.
On prices in 1916.
Well, you are a very good researcher, because, beloved, he is exactly correct. First caller, 6 cents per bottle. And so I'm asking you this question because, beloved, I myself need help. And so I would rather say you could help me to tell me, well, how did you learn that? Because I want to know, well, what was the size of this bottle?
Yeah, one of the things that I did doing some research on commodities, and yeah, I didn't see anything about its size. Actually, it was just, as you said, a bottle, and I wondered that. I didn't delve into it and try to find out the size of the bottle. It was just that, but look at other stuff, other commodities after. But yeah, I didn't do that. But very interesting though.
Well,
And
as
I can make that one of the things. And if I do that, I will share it with you.
well, I would definitely like to know because, well, I want to know what was the size of these bottles, and then so I could get to find out. Well, uh, did you have to walk with your own bottle? Is it that the bottles are turned up there? Because I don't know, and I wanted to know. But anyhow, again, give me your full name as if I don't know it.
Different the line.
I'm writing it down, and once again, your Rob Reason.
That's it there. Right on the body.
Yes, that's right on the money, but I can't get that 6 cents per bottle yet. Uh, um, I'm just writing it down here so I can get pass it out to outside street. But beloved, Clefrin the Land has done it again, and the correct answer is 6 cents for a bottle of kerosene oil. He gave the correct answer, and he is entitled to get his full quart of Amsterdam ice cream, rum raisin flavored.
That's it.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations, Mr. Delan. And I hope I could one day be as expert a researcher as you seem to be, because you do one heck of a job. You are a scholar.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
All right, good thing.
Thank you.
Good afternoon to you.
Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome. Pardon me?
Thank you. I did get the answer, and the size was quarter bottle. Quarter of a bottle, 6 cents. But somebody beat me to the punch.
All right. So you said, well, but wait a minute. Yes, Mr. Delan definitely beat you to the punch. But you saying the bottle was a quarter of a gallon?
Yes.
So that 4 quarts would have been a gallon.
Yes.
All right. Well,
You asked about the size.
yes, that's what I'm writing it down here, and I'm getting ready to thank you. Is it because I won't say that I spent a lot of much time on it, but I certainly tried to get to understand what was the size of the bottle that the Colonial Council was talking about when they says a maximum of 6 cents per bottle. So I wanted to know when.
Yes, but
Well-
it's not a full gallon.
Right, well, anyhow, so it's a quart, 1 full quart for 6 cents. Well, that is the answer that I was looking for, and I am very grateful for that. And hey, I didn't know that you had the scholarship in you. That I
As
need
soon as
to
you
come.
started a question, I start typing the information. And I Googled it.
So you Googled it and got the correct answer.
Mhm.
Well, again, all I can say is congratulations to you. And I ask you, have you gone down to have some ice cream since Saturday?
Yes, I went this Sunday and I got the gooseberry with lemongrass. And as a matter of fact, I was just licking some of that cream of the lemongrass.
Good for you, because yes, that's good stress relief. That is good stress relief with it. So congratulations to you, and hey, we look forward to see if we could stump you next week, Tuesday.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations to you.
Thanks.
All righty. And beloved, there you have our history question for today. What is today? The 14th day of April. Information and enlightenment. And beautiful Aisha is prepared to compliment Mr. Clefrin Deland for his correct answer, which was 6 cents per bottle of kerosene oil. That was the maximum retail price that the Colonial Council of St. Croix set back in 1916. So, congratulations to one and all, and we are only too pleased to be able to help us get a better grasp of this 84 square mile island that we live on. And too often we take for granted. But worst of all is that our Department of Education, our system of education, our government, starting with Government House, the governor and lieutenant governor right on down. Why is it that it is such a difficult thing for this government to implement Bob Brand's law that was successfully signed into law as Act 4844 by Governor Juan Louis back in 1983. And here we are in 2026, still trying to get our government to appreciate the rich history that our ancestors left for us in what is today called the unincorporated territory of the Virgin Islands of the United States. And beloved, that is something that we will too often take for granted, or we forget that St. Croix was not always in unison with St. Thomas and St. John as one territory. St. Croix was first settled in 1625. And from 1625 to 1735, which is what? 110 years? Beloved, that was St. Croix under the Dutch, the French, the British, the Knights of Malta. Those four different European controlled this 84 square mile island that we know of as St. Croix. And in 1735, the Danes bothered from the French, and we became the Danish West Indies. And that, beloved, is what makes us, well, so historically rich, because so many of us don't realize that, beloved, it was not all the Virgin Islands that went to these 7 different European colonies. No, didn't work like that. St. Croix is the one that went through all these different Europeans that went, like I said, as I get so frustrated because, beloved, I can't for the life of me understand how our good for nothing misleaders, why they continue to suppress our history. I mean, and don't want to implement what Brand Law, which is for us to have Virgin Islands history and basic Caribbean history. Why not? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I called back to clarify.
It's not a problem, it's not a problem, and there's no problem. We don't need any excuses at all. Just remember the phone number, you call us and we welcome you.
It was 6 cents per bottle, but the bottle referred to a standard 6 part of a gallon. It says this measurement article is 6 bottle was a common unit of value for liquids like kerosene and rum in the Danish West Indies at the time. So it's 1/6 of a gallon. It's not an entire gallon and it's not quarter of a gallon, but 1/6 of a gallon.
Well, that is a measurement that I'm only now getting familiar with. I did not know of a 1/6 of a gallon until you now telling me. We know about pint,
right,
quart, half gallon, and gallon. But a 1/6 of a gallon,
right.
Well, like you're saying, I guess we inherited that from the Danish system.
Yes, it's on a Danish system, and it says at that time too, a pound of butter cost 32 cents. And it was 8 cents for a pound of rice.
How about that?
Okay. And those are colonial councils during the transfer.
Yeah.
Or prior to the transfer.
Mhm.
So imagine now the cost of living here in the U.S. Virgin Islands. It's just off the chain. I don't know. It's difficult how we could survive this. So I appreciate the knowledge concerning WAPA, and we got to do for ourselves. We can't be complacent because we're still in a sense of colonial status, but technically speaking, it's an unincorporated territory.
Yes.
And we have decisions to make coming up. I don't know if you've heard the controversy.
No,
Whether
I don't know what you're referring to. No.
I'm referring to whether the political parties should be paying for primary elections.
Oh, yes, I have been told about that recently, but it was something I thought that had been adjudicated in court already, and the court already said that yes, the Virgin Islands government has to fund the primaries.
And that's why I'm surprised it's back again in court. It has been in court. This issue has been ongoing.
Yeah.
It's been settled. It's already clear. It's in the law. It's in the Virgin Islands Code.
Yeah.
It says that the Virgin Islands government has to pay for all elections, whether it's a runoff election, special election, referendum election, primary election, general election, any public election, the Virgin Islands government has to pay. So I don't understand why it's back in court. Now I know what the matter with the political party offices. That wasn't on the ballot the last election. That used to be on the ballot, but the Republican Party took the matter to court and prevailed because the federal judge, Robert Malay, found that certain provisions in the Virgin Islands Code were unconstitutional, and it's up to the political parties to handle the internal affairs, such as electing their officers. But for public office, the government has to fund the election for public offices, not for party politics, but for public office. So I don't know. The controversy continues, and my prediction is it's going to be one big political storm coming this election cycle. But I hope the people will stay engaged and exercise their powers, the electorate. We could do more. We could have initiatives, but as long as we don't have a constitution, there'll be non-binding because you cannot amend the revised organic act. It's a federal law.
Absolutely, yes.
We should be able to, I believe, elect our own attorney general, things like that. So we'll see what happens.
But again,
thank you for listening for enlightenment.
Thank you so very much. And again, the information about the 6th of a gallon is something that I did not know until, well, you informed me just now. And I'm learning that it was a Danish measure. And yes, that's understandable. And because
a standard unit then.
Because we're talking about 1916, the Colonial Council of 1916 was still part of the Danish West Indies. So, thank you so very, very much. We're taking our final break and we'll come back for our last lap. Thank you so much. And congratulations to you. Lick your cream, beloved, for Armstrong ice cream is just so good for your soul. I'm back for the last lap. So, if you have anything to add, or you might have a question, beloved, get your last lick in because this is the last lap. Going back to what we were talking about for, well, most of the afternoon with Michael Henry, who we all recognize by his voice. We know him as the physicist. Well, beloved, the physicist, as you heard, has consented to work with us to help us understand how we can make WAPA more reliable and more affordable. And I am going to try my best to get him to use his expertise, his education, his knowledge to hopefully break it down where we all could participate by understanding these concepts. Beginning next Tuesday, you will sit in with us from around 2 o'clock to explain how we can go about having a more affordable and a more reliable water and power authority. And I'm hoping that you, my beloved audience, will play an active part in this thing, because it is for the benefit of us all. The better we understand how our electricity is generated, the better we could understand how we could improve it for our sake. And that's why I refer to it as being more reliable and more affordable. Reliable meaning that we don't want an electricity that cut off and give us a blackout any time of the day or night without warning. Could be gone for 10, or it could go off for hours. And we are understanding that as bad as our situation happens to be here in St. Croix, that the situation is so much worse on St. Thomas. That St. Thomas and St. John are having much less reliable power than we do. They have blackouts more often, and blackouts that last longer. And beloved, from listening to a physicist, I would like to believe that he understands the principles by which electricity is generated. And so that when he speaks in terms of us being able to use our waste, like the waste from Waste Management Authority, right here in St. Croix, the Anguilla dump, we would like to be able to fully understand how it is that we could use our own waste to produce the electricity that we need. And this, beloved, is what we're looking forward to as we welcome Mr. Michael Henry, known to us as the physicist. We need to have a full understanding of this so that, beloved, we can actually get candidates for the 37th legislature that will implement whatever changes we come to agree with as we learn about this waste to energy that the physicist is telling us about. But the point is that, beloved, it falls right into our concept of inside out cultivation, meaning we doing for ourselves. We being able to sustain our own needs. And in this case, we're talking specifically about our needs for electricity. And I'm looking forward to it, beloved. And I could only hope that you agree with the initiative that we're taking on, and that you would take part in it, be an active participant, playing an active role in getting to understand how we could have more reliable electric power that is affordable or more affordable for us. Because right now, beloved, the electricity is not reliable. From one day to the next, we don't know if we're going to have a blackout. And if we're going to have a blackout, for how long? Whether current gone for an hour, current gone for 10 minutes, or current gone for hours. We don't know. But that's what we mean by reliable. Having electricity that is reliable. And as far as the affordable part, beloved, again, this is why the waste to energy should be interesting to us all, because it promises to have us be able to produce electricity that is more affordable than what we have now. And that's the key. Electricity that is reliable, that we don't have the uncertainty of not knowing whether the current will go off on us today or tomorrow or whenever. Electricity should be reliable. As they don't say, it is only third world territories, third world countries that don't have reliable electricity. that you're in a third world country. When the current go out on you at any given time, for any period of time that you don't know. Well, beloved, I think, and that's my thought, and that's what I'm understanding as I listen to the physicist, that he understands how electricity is generated, and that I am placing hopes in his knowledge that he could help us to get electricity that is reliable, or at the very least, more reliable than we have now. Like, it's one thing if the authority said to us, well, like, hey, this Thursday at such and such a time, we're going to have to cut our power because we kept a this, that, or the other, something, and blah, blah, blah. Beloved, if it was something like that, we could work with it. Because we know that, well, hey, here come Thursday, 3 o'clock Thursday, we will have power outage, you know. Yeah, the power going to go off hour. Beloved, that would be something we could work with. And I would consider that to be an improvement over just having blackouts anytime, just current go off whenever. So hopefully, we are going to be able to, well, with the, what is it, the 37 legislature, and this is 36. With the 37 legislature, hopefully, we will be able to, well, provide us with more reliable power that we could rely on. Good afternoon. Hello.
Yes, yes.
Welcome.
Thank you, thank you. I'm listening to you.
Uh-huh.
I have a question. First question I have. I remember they say we have Hugo Hatch, the energy czar. Remember saying that?
Yeah, I remember, yeah.
And we brought him in and say he going to turn around Whopper. Everybody questioned about Bruno Vega.
Yeah.
And they decided they know better. Not only that, we were going to get a decrease in our power bill. Is that so?
Well, I don't know if exactly like that, but yes, you talk. I remember what you're saying. I remember, yeah.
That is what they were quoting us to say. The reason why they're going to do whatsoever they're going to do because we're going to get a decrease. And they decide they're going to retrofit the system. They say it's going to cost some $85 million. And when we finish, we end up with a bill twice the amount. They had us like fools. We paid twice the amount to retrofit. Having hope our bill is going to go down. The bill never go down. And we are here back again talking about Whopper and fixing it.
Yeah.
And next thing now here they're saying, whatever deal they put together, they have a problem with paying their bill for the propane. As you say, you don't know nothing about the electricity.
That's the truth.
I don't know nothing about electricity. But you think when your government come and talk to you,
Yeah.
they're talking to you and you're up and up, and that you could believe them.
That is why you hope.
That is what it. Well, we went along with it because we believe them.
We wanted to believe them.
And look at where we are now. Back to the same place with our
Not
war
back.
of
No. I don't want to disagree with you. I say doing that back to the same place with a worse place.
But I say with a worse predicament.
Yes.
So the
No,
whole thing about it, the people who we thought we could trust and rely, and we bring in back a son of the soil and all that.
Yeah.
We turn on and say, let me buy him out. So who fed that good? And the question is this here. Who did trap the extra money? If you paid 85 and 85, who checked where the other 85 went? Did anybody ever tell us where it go? Did we ever say
No.
where it go?
No. No.
But the whole thing now, they expect us just to believe when they say they spent twice as much. We're supposed to think that it went into the operation of fixing the system.
Yeah.
And most of the time when we check all them big man, they never eat the cookie. They never eat anything. But when you look all and their mouth have the stain.
I hear you.
Time after time after time. So what are we proposing now? And how do we back check?
Well, that's the back check part. That's the part I like it because I am always, doubtful, skeptical when I can't get involved and ask questions, that I need to ask. And that is why I feel a little better about how we try to move here with the, we call it, the physicist, who is like Michael Henry is his name, in that he would be here and I would be able to ask him about anything that I don't understand, a word that he might say, some kind of generator he might talk about that I don't know, whatever. I could stop him and ask, well, hey, break that down, explain that to me, well, how that go? That is what is attractive to me, is that we could have someone in-house who knows about these things that could be able to explain it to us. And so that hopefully we as a group, that's how I call my beloved audience, you included, all of us, we could decide what changes we want to make, as opposed to they telling us what changes we have to make. I like it better when we could be involved.
Okay, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Did the government acquire the Hess ground over there?
Not to buy.
Did they have it in their hands?
No.
They didn't have it in their hands way back when they had the land and things like that, and they said, well, they're going to transfer the plant to the South Shore.
Well, again.
All right. We had it where we could have get the land to carry the plant to the South Shore, where everybody was saying, take it to the industrial side. And we were coming off some hurricanes too.
Yeah.
And we were in a position because Mac went to the States and get us to put up all kind of different posts and things like that.
Right.
Where we could have gotten money to put up a better plant. Move it from where it was, put up a better plant with all the technology.
Okay. And now following you when you're talking about the plant, only the plant, yes.
Yeah, I know, and here they say, no, we are going to force to retrofit this one.
Yeah.
Mario, when a man forcing to do something against something that is better, number one, that's supposed to be an alarm. Isn't that so?
I agree, yeah.
All right, Hess decided he's gonna build a hospital.
Yeah.
He
they're gonna run it for 5 years, and they're gonna turn it over to you.
Yeah.
They said, no, we don't want you to do that. We want you to give us the money. That, from the time I heard that, that was done, sent out bells and whistle in my head. And today, now, here we say, we need to break it down. Because it wasn't done how it was supposed to do.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't the son was going to do it, the father was in the position at that time. And they say he has up the island. So my thing is this here. But here is it, a man who, when he spend money, he just overdo. When he do something, put in you, me and you, we only can afford to put in maybe 10 steel.
No.
And he want to say put in the other 10. Huh?
I hear you.
With a waste from that. And now we are looking to break down the hospital and we are running a Modular. You think if he had built the hospital, when he finished building the hospital, he'd have said he didn't have no money to put the equipment in it?
I don't think so. I would have liked to believe that he would have followed through with it.
With everything. So we would not have said, well, we can't open because this, we can't open because this, because what he would have said, look, just fix the thing.
Yeah.
And he would not want a stain on his name that Mr. Yes built a hospital and you're laughing.
Okay.
Huh?
But listen, I got to put a pin in this thing here, and I want to say to you in particular, we need your voice. We need your consciousness involved here, because this is something, the way I am seeing it, it is something for all of us to get involved and to do together. Something that we understand. And that's why I feel a little more confident, because here I am not going to agree to something that I don't understand. And I want to be able to say to you, you don't understand, break that down for me, make me understand it. But the thing is, we are out of time here now.
No problem, no problem.
And I just want to tell you, I appreciate you and want you involved, because we want to see if we can do better for ourselves for the 37th legislature that will be sworn in come January. And that means that between now and November, we have to understand enough to make some decisions as to how and who we want to vote for.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
All right, then, thanks.
All right. Yeah. Beloved, lick your cream, because I'm sorry, Spirit is just so good for your soul. Just don't forget, don't you ever forget that there is no basket to make the week out for the top. One, we go full of penny basket, just as long as we do it to get down.